Primarily, I think you need to listen to all of the calls to determine whether or not what I just said to you is accurate and whether or not they would fall in under 404-2 prior bad acts, if they're bad acts, or if they're just not relevant because they aren't even properly noticed. Because, of course, under 404-2, if it's in fact similar fact evidence that they're trying to get in, they would have to have noticed this 10 days before trial. We would have had a hearing on that. We would have vetted through much better than we're doing today the idea of why that evidence ever becomes relevant to the court. Because if in fact you were to allow this evidence, if it is in fact relevant, then what is it relevant to? State of mind. To get to, under the state's theory, ill will, hatred, second-degree murder, the element of second-degree murder that makes an act a crime. If you were to listen to these tapes, and I truly think we're going to have the time for you to do so to understand the validity of this argument, those are not acts which show ill will, hatred, second degree. What they show you, what they would show you, is he was acting fine. He called up, my wife, there was a burglary here, my wife just saw someone pass by, and here's a description. Oh, there's some kids out there, I don't know who they are, whatever. In effect, what the state is going to show the jury, if you allow that evidence, is 4, 5, or 6 acts where my client has contacted the police to say, hey, come check it out. None of which is going to show ill will, hatred, spite, second degree. Then what they're going to do is say, aha, remember we told you about profiling? Well, now we want you to presume that when he acted reasonably those 5 or 6 times, he was seething under the surface. He was just building up. They talk about evidence and say this is similar to affair evidence. So he was having an affair for the last year. So the fact that he came and killed somebody, the affair evidence is relevant because it shows the bad act. It shows the seething nature of his activity. This is like arguing that he was sleeping with his wife in a rape case. There's no connection. What they're asking you to do by admitting the evidence and then going to ask the jury to do under 404 is to take those prior acts and to presume that he acted in a bad way. We can't see it. The facts, the evidence they're going to admit, if you allow it, doesn't show ill will, hatred, bad act, or anything under 404-2, and I'll go over the case law in a minute, that suggests that that would get in against the defendant. What they're trying to do is show 6 prior acts where he calls the cops responsibly and argue to the jury circumstantially that he is, I don't know, too responsible or too good in calling the cops. So that's the context of what it is that they're trying to get in. Now let's look at some of the case law that I presented to you, and it's quite instructive as far as what you have to do when looking at whether or not any prior act of my client should come into evidence. Anything outside of the 7 or 8 minutes, February 26th, 2012, starting at about 7 p.m. that night. If we're going to go backwards in time and say, let us look at 5 or 6 prior calls of the defendant so that we can argue that we want you to presume some bad behavior, at the very least, Your Honor, I would ask that we not allow it in at this point until the state shows you the connectivity, the connection that they have to make. They can't just argue it to a jury. They have to have some evidence to say to you, now we've shown George Zimmerman as this, whatever they're going to show. And now this evidence is now relevant because we have the seething phone calls. They don't have any of that. They're going to be asking this jury to make a quantum leap from good, responsible citizen behavior to seething anger. Not the least of which we can't forget, the only person who's testified in this courtroom so far about my client's behavior, the seething nature of it, or actually the non-seething nature of it, is the one who was talking to him on the phone, Mr. Nofke, who said, I heard nothing. I heard the words, didn't mean anything to me. Didn't raise my spidey sense at all, didn't make me think about anything except routine phone call. Never even got to level 2 on his little cheat sheet as to what it was. So let's look at the case law to see whether or not this evidence rises to the level, ignoring for a moment the procedural difficulty with the fact that if it is in fact similar fact evidence, which is the only reason why it should come in, Williams' rule is a generic term. 442 is the evidence code, and what it says is you have to have 10 days notice. But putting that aside for just a moment, let's just say that we were in a Williams rule hearing pre-trial and they properly noticed it. I think it's fatal that they did not, and I'm not waiving that, but just to argue the substance rather than the procedure, let's look at some of the cases that talk about similar fact evidence. One, it has to be so similar in fact that it assists the jury. So if these phone calls, which is why I mentioned a moment ago, you really may have to listen to them. If these phone calls were something that evidenced, I'm using the generic term, seething behavior, anger, animosity, ill will, hatred, if in fact those calls evidenced that, then the state might be in a slightly better position to argue to you, Judge, he might have been more subtle with phone call that we have, but this is who he is. Listen to the ill will here. Listen to the hatred there, and then maybe argue to the jury, it continued. He was just more subtle this time. But the 404two truly says it's got to be very similar. And the reason for that is we know under 404.1, that evidence of his character, which is really what they're trying to do, his character is at issue. They can say state of mind, but it's character. It's who he is and how he acted in conformity with that state of mind or that character. And we know that that's not admissible usually, and it's never admissible by the state under 404.1 unless we put it in issue. So 404.1 says, evidence of a person's character or trait of character is inadmissible to prove action in conformity with it on a particular occasion, so, which is, I guess, in a bizarro kind of way, what they're trying to say, because they don't have bad act evidence, they just have good act evidence that they're trying to say, look between the lines, circumstantially look between the lines. 404.1, except character of accused, evidence of a pertinent trait of character offered by an accused comes into evidence. If we decide that we raise it and have the ability to, from an evidentiary standpoint, or by the prosecution to rebut that trait. So, under 404.1, if they're going to try to get it in, then they would have to have it as a rebuttal to a trait that we would first present, and they can say, here's some bad character evidence because he made his character good. Again, well too premature at this point because we haven't put anything at issue yet. We haven't begun our case.
Let me ask you this. Comments in an opening statement create an issue in the case.
No, it's not evidence.
Well, I know it's not evidence, but does it create an issue?
You're going to tell the judge, you're going to tell the jury to ignore it, and the instructions say ignore it. And we have great leeway, and certainly in this case there was great leeway with emotion and with fact, none of which was anything but supposedly a roadmap for where they were both going. So it's not evidence. And if in fact it becomes evidence, if there's something in this courtroom that says now it's relevant, then it's admissible. But I don't think that opening statements have now opened the parameters of the evidence code. So,
what about cross-examination of Mr. Nofke?
That's evidence.
Right.
Sure.
So does that create an issue?
Well, let me follow through in my mind what I think you're saying. The fact that Mr. Nofke says that there was no animosity in his voice, does that create an issue? Is that sort of an inquiry?
Well, I'd have to go back and listen to the entire testimony, but did it create an issue on the cross-examination that how Mr. Zimmerman was acting and the interpretation of what the instructions were given to him by Mr. Nofke, does that create an issue?
Let's presume for a moment it does. I hear what you're saying. I don't think it opens up an issue such that the state can bring in 404-2 evidence that they haven't properly noticed that is not proper similar fact evidence. They can't just say, now everything's relevant so we can start talking about his past. Let's not forget that if we go into Mr. Zimmerman's past on these 6 events suggesting, and again, I'm presuming that you will agree that my rendition of the facts is accurate just for this argument. If in fact those calls show proper behavior, no ill will within them, then we have now just opened up Mr. Zimmerman's history for rebuttal of the, I guess, presumed under the surface ill will and hatred that you're not going to hear in the calls themselves. You're not hearing in the words. So now, are they now making, improperly under 404-1, his character an issue? I think at the very least, we have to put it in issue first in the 404-1. But, and I don't want to shotgun approach the 404 argument.
Well, that's my question. Did you put it in issue in the cross-examination of Mr. Nofke? By
saying he didn't act aggressively, let's say. He didn't.
Well, there are other questions, and I don't want to misquote the testimony, so I'd rather go back and listen to it.
Okay, let's say this. Let's say we did, just for this portion of the argument, let's say that we put in issue that he did not act in an aggressive way or that he followed Mr. Nofke's lead in getting out of the car, whatever it might be. Then, okay, if it's an issue, they still have to follow the proper evidence code to get it in. So within the context of what happened on February 26th, absolutely, that's going to be wide open. Once they go back in time, we then still have to look at 404. That doesn't open the door to make everything that Mr. Zimmerman done in his life relevant. I would imagine that would not be your ruling. So if in fact it even suggests that we have to look at Mr. Zimmerman's, what he did he follow Mr. Nofke's suggestions or instructions, or at least I said he wasn't acting hostile, was he? And that's now at issue. They still have to follow the evidence code. So if they're going to...
I'm thinking that, and again, I'm not quoting because I haven't gone back and listened to the tape, but I think I recall that there was a question of Mr. Nofke of how something he said may have been misinterpreted by Mr. Zimmerman. Therefore, Mr. Zimmerman acted in that way.
Absolutely. So. I think the question was this, and I said, so when you said, what's he doing next, twice, or where is he running to, do you think that could have been, wasn't as artfully done today, hopefully it was done yesterday, do you think that he may have interpreted that as an instruction by you to go find out? That's, I think, what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say that's an issue. I'm not arguing the point that it's not an issue as much as I'm arguing the point of the procedure that has to be followed in order to get relevant evidence before this jury.
I understand where you're coming from.
Okay. So as we look at the cases like Thompson versus State, Johnson versus State, first of all, it has to be similar crime or fact evidence. And there is not, let me say it this way, there is not a case that we have found, and I challenge the state to present one, where prior acts of good acts, prior good behavior, is ever presented to a jury for purposes of showing motive, bias, and whatnot.
What I have to sort out is that basically both arguments are apples and oranges. You're arguing Williams rule, and they're arguing 803.
Okay, I think they're arguing...
And I'm familiar with both of them, but I need to make a decision as to what portion of the evidence code applies here. So I do understand both arguments, and you may go on with that.
To be clear, they're not arguing that this is a hearsay exception.
Right.
They're arguing business records, but I think...
They're not arguing Williams rule.
Right. What they're saying is it's relevant. And what I have said is, no, it's not.
I understand you, so let's go through the cases.
So if we go through some of the cases, what all of these cases say, and I think what the law in the state of Florida is that the state first procedurally has to give us 10 days notice. But more importantly, the prior act has got to be one that shows the state's case. Makes sense. It has to be relevant to prove a material issue on the state side. So, I feel like I'm arguing the Fry evidence to you again, which is, we don't mind the Fry evidence coming in. It's just going to confuse the jury, and it doesn't make any sense. And what I'm saying is, I don't mind 6 evidence positions of my client coming in to show he acts responsibly and appropriate to the law. So I should just sit down and let it in and then argue to the jury. That's exactly what he did. There's no evidence to counter that he did that in this case. But the reality is, what I'm saying to you is, unless it is absolute relevant evidence to this jury to consider, I don't think it's fair to put in prior good acts, because there's no provision under the evidence code.
I understand your argument. I just want to go over the stack of cases.
Let's go over the stack of cases.
Okay, thank you.
All of which suggest prior bad act, and from Johnson versus State to Billy versus State, which is pretty good. Again, we couldn't find any case. I'm going to argue the prior bad acts as though it applies. King versus State, I think, is a good case I would focus you on, because what that states is, that was sort of the case of, in that case, the prosecution in a second-degree murder case brought in evidence that the defendant fought with a prior wife. So they sort of said, bad act, he did it then, and we want to show that he had ill will and hatred towards a prior wife. He has ill will and hatred towards this one. And if you look at the analysis in that case is pretty good, and they said, not admissible. Not admissible. Not close enough, not factually specific enough to say, even though he may have beaten up a prior wife and is on second-degree murder for this wife, that's not relevant. So it shouldn't get to a jury unless, in fact, the evidence is going to help them decide a material issue. What is the material issue that here's the real question. If, in fact, it's relevant, it has to be relevant to a material issue. They want to say state of mind, because that's what they want to get to the jury. But the state of mind that it has to get to is guilt. Presumably, they're not going to prove state of mind of non-guilt, so they want this in for state of mind of guilt. Look at the evidence before you decide and tell me if any of those pieces of evidence, individually or as a whole, evidence guilt. Because if they do, maybe the state has proven their case. My fear is that they're going to try the circumstantial evidence jump over the Grand Canyon to try and get the jury to say, he acted so nicely here, he must have been seething with anger. Finally, he blew up. Well, connect the dots and maybe they can argue that. Don't connect the dots with prior good acts, because that's what the case I just cited, that's what the King case said. Going forward, the Morejon, M-O-R-E-J-O-N, at 394, 7 2nd, 1100. If, in fact, in that case, it has to be relevant to the client's state of mind at the time of the event. Nothing of this evidence suggests at all how my client acted at the time of this event. Nothing. And if, in fact, they're going to try and tie those dots together, then they are woefully inadequate today. Maybe after a few more days of state testimony, they can come back with a better argument to suggest to you that, in fact, this should be allowed in to tie up one or two loose ends, but not as substantive evidence to prove ill will without something more. Because today, with the evidence we have right now, that's all they have. They have nothing, and now they're trying to present a sort of a stealth argument that we want you to believe he's bad because he was so good in the past, he must be angry. And realistically, state of mind, from what I understand it, doesn't negate the rules of evidence. They can't just say state of mind lets everything in. State of mind is their argument. They have to follow 401, 402, 403. And of course, 403 then is one of the gatekeeping rules that we have to say, unless it helps them, we're not going to confuse them. So I would ask the state or you, after looking at the evidence, to consider whether or not evidence of prior good acts is going to confuse this jury rather than help them. And if so, the state should show to you how it does that before we potentially infect juries, this jury, with evidence that does not connect up that evidence to the state's case. So there are a lot of cases. I would just say that it's not relevant just because the state says it is. I think they need to present it to you ahead of time. If, in fact, you believe that a 404 analysis is appropriate, you do need to address the issue of the procedural fault on the state. I will tell you that I think the procedural remedy is akin to a Richardson inquiry to see what has happened in their failure to. But substantively, this is just prior act evidence that is not so similar in act or fact that it should be admissible before this court. It's certainly not before the jury.
Okay, thank you. Response?
Thank you. We've had now a bit of a bait and switch and a series of straw men. The objection made yesterday was that it is irrelevant. That was what I had been under the impression we were addressing today. I heard 404, I heard 403, I didn't hear 402. 402 and 401, more specifically, are the relevance sections. That being said, relevance, of course, is a really low hurdle to meet. Bare relevance is often the phrase that we hear. I want to address a few things. Number one, state of mind of guilt and consciousness of guilt have been used interchangeably in terms of their definition by Mr. O'Mara at this point. They're not the same. State of mind of the defendant in this case doesn't have to be consciousness that he's guilty of murder. It's an inappropriate phrasing. His state of mind is relevant because that is an element of second-degree murder, ill will, whatever. If I need to spell it out a little further, this is not evidence of good acts. It's not evidence of that sort of thing at all. Nobody is alleging that these are good acts. What the evidence is relevant for is to show that on December 26, 2012, the defendant engaged in a series of acts and a pattern of behavior and a gathering of circumstances, February 26 of 2012, which is very different than he knows he should have behaved and that he has in fact behaved before. The implication, I think the court hit on it squarely, the implication yesterday in the cross-examination of Mr. Nofke was, well, he was just kind of misinterpreting and thought maybe you wanted him to go fetch information or follow. And that certainly is belied by the fact that he has had all these prior contacts. So nobody's calling this good act evidence. In fact, what is relevant about it is the fact that you can see that he has, again, on prior occasions, called to report suspicious people, knows how to do that, knows what not to do, and the frustration builds. That frustration is expressed in his non-emergency call on February 26th to Mr. Nofke about these assholes always getting away. It's repeated during his interviews with the police when he again references, I've called before, these guys get away, and in several of the calls, as I said, he specifically references they go out the back entrance, just like in February 26th of 2012. Same direction, same entrance. So its use lies in its comparison, and what is different about this defendant's state of mind on February 26, 2012, having now experienced all this, than it was before. The state has to prove that his state of mind on February 2012 was not good, for lack of a more exact phrase. And that does it. It delineates in stark contrast the difference between what he knows to be appropriate behavior and what he did on February 26, 2012, and how he described it. The words, they always get away, those aren't any words but his. And the fact that he said them that night, in that context, makes this relevant evidence. Number two, some kind of allegation that this is 404B or character evidence. 404B is the rule about other crimes, wrongs, or acts. Number one, case that Mr. O'Mara even himself provided, Gardner versus State, says at the very last page, in the very last paragraph, no, that 10-day notice thing isn't absolute anyway, because the only way that lack of notice is prejudicial or isn't harmless is where there's showing of actual prejudice and unfair surprise. In that case, they said, they cited the Pale case, which says it's harmless where it's apparent the defendant knew of the evidence and knew of the state's intent to introduce it. He's had this evidence for months. This witness has been listed forever. There's no question about that. So if we want to talk about the actual wording of the rule, let's talk about that. There is no immediate fatality or procedural problem. Heck, they stipulated originally to the admission of the calls. This isn't some secret. Number two, let's briefly reference the 403 standard, which is the prejudicial value and probative. I'm going to point out again, and I'm going to come back eventually to the Holmes opinion, that that's not actually what the rule says. The rule says that the only way that that evidence would be excluded under that subsection is if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. That's not been alleged, established, or shown at all. It almost is a concession that there is some probative value here. Finally, Your Honor, I want to talk about 404B because I heard Mr. O'Mara tell the court that it requires that the incidents be strikingly similar or very similar. That's not true either. The only time that is necessary is when the state is offering evidence under 404B to establish the identity of the perpetrator. For any other purpose, there is no similarity requirement whatsoever. For identity purposes, they require it be, I think the phraseology is fingerprint type evidence. So if we're going to talk about all these other sections sort of as a surprise, because again, the objection was relevance, nothing else, let's actually quote them correctly. Your Honor, the Holmes opinion is about as close, I think, to on point, and I referenced it before, as we get here. That is, the evidence here isn't 404B anyway. It's not character evidence. It's not other crime, wrong, or act evidence. It's evidence that's inextricably intertwined to show the defendant's reaction to his experiences and why on the night of February 26, 2012, he undertook a series of actions, certain steps. It is evidence which paints an accurate picture of the events surrounding the crime charged, adequately describes his deeds, shows a continuing chain of chronological events, and is necessary for the state, or at least helpful for the state, to show the defendant's state of mind. I don't necessarily need to establish his state of mind in August of 2011, or September of 2011, or October of 2011, or earlier in February of 2012. I do need to establish what was in his mind on February 26, 2012, and how we can do that is we show that his actions and behavior that night are very different from his other actions. It's not being offered to prove his character or that he behaved well. It's to show that something happened that changed his mind, that caused him to refer to these assholes always getting away, that caused him to call them punks, that caused him to get out of the car and follow him. That's what makes it relevant. And so to call it 404B evidence is incorrect, it's misleading. If anything, it's inextricably intertwined, which is not required to be governed by 404B. It doesn't require notice, and that is the whole focus of the Holmes opinion, or part of the focus. It is relevant to many issues, not the least of which is the defendant's state of mind. The state also, I want to point out one other thing I want to correct about what we just heard from Mr. O'Mara. I'm allowed and required, actually, to establish or to address the self-defense in this case. A fact in issue, relevance, pertains to not just the elements of the crime, but elements of a defense, whether it's justifiable, whether it's provoked by the defendant, and any other fact that has been placed in issue. The defendant's credibility and his statements and his actions are all facts in issue. And for that reason, the state's position is these calls are relevant. How the defense chooses to spin them is not. Thank you.
Both sides have handed me a total of 20 cases this morning that I have just perused, and I'd like to get to look at them even more, and I also want to rehear on the tape the testimony from Mr. Nofke, the directing and cross-examination. Mr. O'Mara has suggested that I listen to the tapes. Oh, okay, can I get a copy of those? Okay, all of them are on the exhibit?
All of those that the state is seeking to introduce. I think we talked, and I know I heard 6 reference. There's 5 that the state has.
And they're all
used.
on that exhibit?
They are all on that exhibit.
Okay. Does the state have another witness you could go forward with today until I have the opportunity to read those?
I actually have 2 alternative suggestions. One, I think we do have another witness, but also Ms. Rumpf isn't just talking about the non-emergency calls. She's also going to be introducing and laying the predicate for the admission of the 911 recordings themselves. I don't think those are nearly as controversial as this has apparently turned out to be. So
Okay.
she could actually continue with her testimony on those matters right now.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and do that, and then I'll listen to the testimony, the tapes, and after court today, and the case on.
If I might, I just want to make sure, because my understanding is there's a category of 6 or 7, and if there were 5 being presented, maybe I didn't know which 5 and which ones aren't being
Well,
presented.
do you want to play them in court as a
As long as
proffer?
I get a copy of what you'll be listening to, I can do it on my own.
Well, so there's no question of what I'm listening to. Do you want to proffer? Okay, let's go ahead and proffer exhibit, was it on 171 or 172?
I believe it's 171 is the actual recording. 172
Okay,
is really-
let's go ahead and proffer 172.
Hey, our neighborhood got burglarized or robbed today, and my wife, I saw one of the kids that did it, and...
Just so we're clear, we can keep track. They're playing through, but I'm not certain we don't have context.
Do we have a date?
Date and time.
The calls are as follows. First one is going to be August 3rd, 2012. Second is August 6th, 2012. I'm sorry, 2011, both of those dates. My apologies.
I'm sorry, what?
It's 2011, not 2012. August 3rd, August 6th, September 23rd, 2011, October 1st, 2011, and February 2nd, 2012.
And do you know the time of day?
Not without looking at the reports. I know the first one is about 6:45 p.m. Candidly, I don't remember the exact times on the rest.
Is that indicated on Exhibit 171
It is. They are, yes.
by date and time?
It's on 172 as far as the,
Okay.
yes.
I just want to make sure that we have an exact copy of what the court's about to listen to that's going to go in, because if that only has 5...
It's already in.
Okay, it may be less than what we have. I just want to know which ones they are. So I'll follow along. We'll figure this out at a break.
Airport Police Department, line is quarters, Petra.
Hey, our neighborhood got burglarized or robbed today, and my wife, I saw one of the kids that did it, and we see someone that matches his description in the neighborhood right now, again.
Okay, and what's your address out there?
I'd rather not give out my address because he's obviously in the neighborhood, but it's Retreat View Circle. You can use 1111, which is the clubhouse.
Okay, so does he live in the neighborhood, or he's just out
I
walking?
don't know. It's the first time I've ever seen him.
Okay. And what is your name?
My name is George.
Your last name, George?
Zimmerman.
And your phone
Like
number
I
you're
said,
calling from?
407-435-2400.
Okay. And is he white, black, or Hispanic?
Black.
And what's
My
he
wife
wearing?
talked to Detective Walker and gave him a description of the guy we see now.
Okay. What's he wearing right now?
A white tank top and black shorts, and brown sandals and black socks.
Okay. And is he walking?
Yes.
Okay. And so is he near the,
The back entrance to the neighborhood.
so he's at the back entrance?
Yeah.
Just went between the houses.
He just went between the houses to the back?
Yeah.
Shoot.
You were looking at the car.
I'm not.
Tell me, Norman.
Why not?
Don't call.
Okay, we'll get an officer out there, check the area.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. My name's recorded. This is Nicole. How can I help you?
Hi, there was a break-in in my neighborhood recently, and two youths that matched the description of the people. My wife ID'd them and saw them. They're back in the neighborhood.
What's the address?
You can use 1111 Retreat View Circle, Sanford, Florida, or you know that.
Twin Lake Townhomes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And what do they look like? Are they white, black, or Hispanic?
Black males, two black males in their late teens. One's wearing a black wife beater, black tank top, and black shorts, and the other one's wearing a black shirt and blue jeans. And they're at the back gate of the neighborhood.
Okay. Approximately how old are they?
Late teens.
Okay. You want to leave your name or number?
I can leave my name and my number, and I'll actually be at the back gate to let the officers in because
Okay.
there's no code there.
What's your name?
It's George, and it's 407-435-2400.
Okay.
If you'll let the officers know, they typically run away quickly, and I think they head over to the neighborhood, the next neighborhood over, so you may want to send the unit over to Calabria Cove.
What's it called?
Calabria Cove.
Okay. Yeah, cool. All right, I'll let them know, and they are on the way, okay?
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Sanford Police Department, this line is being recorded. This is Vicki.
Hi, Vicki. My name is George, and I live at the Retreat of Twin Lakes subdivision.
Okay.
I'm part of the Neighborhood Watch, and I just wanted to let you guys know that somebody left. We've been plagued with some robberies, burglaries, and somebody did leave their garage door open.
Hold on, sir. 1 second. I've got my units calling me.
Okay.
Hold on. 1512. Enforcer, go ahead. Enforcer, stand by. Hold on for me just 1 moment, sir. I apologize.
No problem.
Sanford back to 1512. Reference Justin McKinney. 1029P at 1054. No local. Showing a valid DL out of Manhattan, Kansas. At 2310. Okay, somebody's got their garage door open, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know the address of where the garage door is open?
As far as I can tell, because it's poorly lit, I believe it's 2040 Retreat View Circle. Of course, Sanford, Florida.
Okay. And you said there's been a lot of break-ins there lately?
Yes, ma'am. We actually just had our neighborhood watch meeting yesterday, and Sergeant Herx came out here and Officer Buchanan
Okay.
told us to report anything suspicious, and it's late, and they usually don't have their garage door open all night, so.
Okay, and George, what is your last name?
Zimmerman,
And what's the telephone number in case we need to call you back?
407-435-2400.
Okay, are there any cars in the garage or the driveway just so we can make sure we're going to the right?
Yep, there's in the garage, there's a silver Nissan Xterra.
Okay, we've already got an officer heading that way, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a
Sure,
great
thank
night.
you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Seminole County. Sanford Police, this line's being recorded. Sharon speaking.
Hi, I was just calling because we've had a lot of break-ins in our neighborhood recently, and I'm on the neighborhood watch. And there's two suspicious characters at the gate of my neighborhood. I've never seen them before. I have no idea what they're doing. They're just hanging out, loitering.
What's the address?
1111 Retreat View Circle. And that's
Is that
Sanford,
the
Florida.
Twin Lakes townhouses?
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm Retreat at Twin Lakes, yes.
So yes, that was Twin Lakes townhouses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Can I get your name and a callback number?
George, and it's 407-435-2400.
And George, can I get a last name?
Zimmerman,
And Mr. Zimmerman, can you describe the two individuals?
two African-American males. They looked, I know one was in a white Impala.
How old did they look to you?
Mid to late 20s, early 30s.
They're in a Chevy Impala. Did you get a license plate?
A white, no, it's a white Chevrolet sedan. It's either an Impala or a Lumina, but I think it's an Impala.
Can you still see them?
No, ma'am, I didn't want to attract attention.
How long ago were they out there?
Just, 10 seconds ago. I just called. I called as soon as possible.
Okay. All right, we'll send someone out there and see what we can do, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye. Sanford Police Department, this line's been recorded. This is Renee.
Hey, can I get an officer to 1960 Retreat View Circle?
Your name?
George?
You said 1960?
Yes, 1960.
What's going on there, George?
I'm with the Neighborhood Watch, and we've had some burglaries and vandalisms lately. And this gentleman was walking in the neighborhood. I've seen him before on trash days, going around picking up trash. I don't know what his deal is.
Is he white, black, or Hispanic?
It's black.
What is he wearing?
He's wearing a black leather jacket, a black bomber hat.
Black, what
pajama
kind
pants,
of, what kind of hat?
like a bomber hat, like the ones that have the ears, like
Okay.
that you can fold down,
Black leather jacket, black hat, and what else?
and like flannel printed pajama pants.
And what is he doing?
He keeps going to this guy's house. I know him. I know the resident. He's Caucasian. And he's going up to the house and then going along the side of it and then coming to the street and then going back to the side of it. I don't know what he's doing. I don't want to approach him personally. If you have an officer available, I'd probably have him stop on Reinhardt across the street from Walter Meets Bentley and go around the back.
Okay, George, what's your telephone number you can be reached at?
407-435-2400.
Okay, we'll get one out there. Thanks for calling.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and review the testimony and the case law, and in conjunction with the state's exhibit that they're seeking to introduce, and we will readdress this issue later. Right now, if we're ready to bring in the jury and have Ms. Rumpf continue the testimony on other matters.
If I can have just maybe 5 minutes or so to make sure that I can queue up the different set of calls and things like that.
You want to take a 10-minute recess?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, court will be in recess for 10 minutes. be seated. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Is Ms. Rumpf available?
She is, Your Honor. We can call Ramona Wong. Jurors are present, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And while you're getting settled in, I'm going to ask you my questions. If your answer is yes to any of the questions, please raise your hand. During the overnight recess, did any of you have any discussions amongst yourselves or with anybody else about this case? No. And no hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No. No hands are being raised. Did any of you use any type of an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology? No hands are being raised. And finally, did any of you read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case? No hands are being raised. Okay, we're going to continue with the testimony of Ms. Rumpf. I will remind you that you are still under oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I'm going to move for the moment to your reference to a series of 911 calls from the night of February 26, 2012. And specifically, I'll direct your attention to exhibits 158, 159, 160, 161, and 162, 163, all currently stipulated into evidence. You prepared and recognized those records?
Yes.
And are those the recordings as well as the Sheriff's Department notations and reports affiliated with those 3 phone calls?
Yes.
Is one of those phone calls referenced as a call by Miss Lauer?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us the number affiliated with that one, please? It should be on the red sticker.
Yes. Just one moment. Number 158.
Okay. And is Exhibit 159, is that the written portion of that?
Yes, that is the CAD screen.
And when you talk about the CAD screen, what I'm interested now is, do you have the ability, based upon the records maintained by the Sheriff's Department, to tell us when a phone call, number 1, connects and then is answered and then disconnects and any actions taken? Can you tell the times that those events occur as it relates to each 911 call?
Yes.
And I think you testified earlier that as to 911 calls, there's actually a caller ID feature so that you know the identity and number of most of the callers as soon as the connection is made.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Yes, ma'am? Could you tell me, as it relates to Exhibits 158 and 159, and I'm going to start with the Lauer call, can you tell us what phone number that call was made from?
Yes, it was 407-701-8991.
And explain for the jury briefly, if you would, the difference in the times that we talk about, whether it's connect, times that are dispatches, that sort of thing, and then the difference as to the disconnect time.
As I explained yesterday, the connection time is date and time stamp. That was February 26th of 2012. And the connection time is the time that we picked up the phone. The created time is the time that that call taker or that dispatcher sent that call in for service or made some type of function with that call. But it was the time that that call was actually, I also refer to it as EVA, which you'll see later. The event was added for a call for service.
And as for the disconnect times, were you also able to review the Sheriff's Department, the Seminole County Sheriff's Office records to determine the disconnect times for those calls?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to focus for the moment again back on Exhibit 158, the Lauer call. Can you tell me the time that that call connected to the 911 system?
Yes, that call connected at 19:16:11.
So that's 7:16 and 11 seconds p.m.?
Yes.
Can you tell me what time it disconnected?
I would have to refer to your records because I don't have that here.
Okay. What time do you show a dispatch there?
On this particular event, as we referred to yesterday, this event was a duplicate event due to we had several calls coming in regards to the shooting. So this event was created and then duplicated out to another event. When I referred to that yesterday, when you get several calls and you're connecting them, that is what this call was.
And what time was that done?
This was created and duped out to another event at 19:16:35.
I'm sorry, you said you need to look at a different record for the disconnect time?
Yes, sir. I think you have that.
Let's move for the moment to 160.
Okay.
Is that the Surdyka call? And for the court reporter, that's Surdyka.
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me the connection time for that one?
The connection time is 19:17:06.
And can you tell me how long that call lasted?
I cannot tell you the duration without the other records.
Can you tell me the event number associated with that one?
Yes, the event number is 2012-057-1680.
Is that a different number than the Lauer call in 158?
Yes, it is.
Let's move to State's Exhibit, is it 170? I'm sorry, is it 162, the good call?
162 is good.
Okay. Can you tell me the event number affiliated with that one?
The event number is 2012-057-1686.
And what was the connection time?
The connection time was 19:17:15.
And the phone number that that one came from?
Can we approach you just a moment, John?
Just to recap, the Lauer call connected at 19:16:11, the Serdica call at 19:17:06, and the Good call connected what time?
1917-15.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time, again, subject to potential recall.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor, no questions.
Okay, none at this time. Okay, Ms. Rumpf, you're excused from the courtroom at this time, but you're subject to being recalled. Thank you. State, please call your next witness.
Wendy Dorable. Wendy Dorable.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mayor. Can you please tell the members of the jury your name
Wendy Doybal,
and where are you employed?
the Sanford Police Department.
Please have you spell your last name for the record.
Sure. D like David, O-R-I, B like Victor, A-L.
And how long have you been employed with the Sanford Police Department?
A little bit over 5 years.
All right, and your current position there is what?
I am the accreditation manager.
And give the jury an idea of what your duties are as the accreditation manager.
Pretty much my job is to make sure that we meet the standards every 3 years through the Commission of Florida Accreditation.
All right, let me turn your attention to February of 2012 and the dates prior to that. What was your position then?
I was a volunteer program coordinator
And what were your duties as a volunteer program coordinator?
to recruit and train police volunteers for Citizens on Patrol and for office volunteers as well.
All right, did you also work with the Neighborhood Watch program?
Yes, I sure did.
All right, and how long had you been working with the Neighborhood Watch program?
Since I started, I kind of had my finger in Neighborhood Watch since 2008.
And just give us an idea of what your specific duties were coordinating between the police department and various Neighborhood Watch programs.
Pretty much the community will contact me who wanted to start a Neighborhood Watch, and my job was pretty much to help them coordinate that. So I would give them information as what is Neighborhood Watch, what the program is, and help them set that up in their neighborhood.
All right, and tell the jury, what is a Neighborhood Watch program?
Neighborhood Watch is a program that's run by community volunteers in the neighborhood who are community members who are interested in deterring and preventing crime in their community.
And what would you do specifically to help a community form a Neighborhood Watch program?
Typically what I would do is when they contact me, we'll schedule a presentation, and I will go out to the community and do a presentation about what Neighborhood Watch is, how to get involved with Neighborhood Watch in your community, and how to get to know your neighbor to prevent crime in your community.
Are there positions within the Neighborhood Watch volunteer program?
Yes, they are.
And what are those?
One is the Neighborhood Watch coordinator, one is some block captains, and then there's the Neighborhood Watch participants.
All right, I want to just take those in order briefly. What is the duties and responsibilities of a Neighborhood Watch coordinator?
The coordinator serves like a liaison to the police department, so pretty much they would be the ones that would have contact with me as far as if they need any further training as far as crime prevention methods or techniques.
And a block captain, what is that person's duties and responsibilities?
The block captain will serve more as getting people in their block more involved in Neighborhood Watch, sharing the concept of Neighborhood Watch, and encouraging everyone to report suspicious activity.
All right, in the third category were participants,
Yes.
and what are their duties or roles?
Their duties is just to be the eyes and ears for law enforcement, is report crime as they see it, report suspicious activity, to 911 and non-emergency dispatch.
All right, and I think you said when you start up a Neighborhood Watch program, you actually go out to the community and give them a presentation.
Yes.
What areas do you cover when you make such a presentation?
We cover everything in crime prevention. We cover the duties. We cover how to be part of the community, getting engaged. When I first come out to do a presentation, the first thing I do is I have every resident there introduce themselves and let us know what their number one concerns are in the community.
And you actually give a PowerPoint presentation at those startup meetings.
Yes, I do.
Do you also provide the participants with any sort of paperwork?
Yes, I usually provide a lot of handouts.
All right, and what types of things do those handouts cover?
Pretty much how Neighborhood Watch works, the history of Neighborhood Watch, preventing crime in your area, how to make your home more secure, preventing burglaries, how to get your neighbors engaged, stuff like that.
All right. Do you address specifically what a Neighborhood Watch person is to do if they see someone acting suspicious?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
If someone is acting suspicious, you call 911 or non-emergency dispatch.
Do you tell them to do anything else at that point?
No.
All right.
They're the eyes and ears.
In that instruction, is that also part of the written materials?
Yes.
All right. What do you tell volunteers about following someone they believe might be involved in criminal behavior?
We tell them they don't do that. That's the job of law enforcement.
And what do you tell Neighborhood Watch participants about confronting someone they might be involved in criminal behavior?
Not to confront, to let us to the job, let the police department do the job.
Specifically, did you have any involvement with the formation of a Neighborhood Watch program in a community in Sanford known as the Retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes, I did.
And what was your first involvement with forming a Neighborhood Watch program in that community?
I got a phone call from George Zimmerman.
Did you eventually meet George Zimmerman?
Yes, the day of the presentation.
All right. Do you see that person in court this morning?
Yes.
Could you identify where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with I think it's a suit. Just stood up.
Is the gentleman standing up?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, to ask that the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
It will so reflect.
And when was it approximately that you first had that phone call, that first contact from the defendant?
Sometime in August. I don't remember the exact date.
August of 2011?
Yes.
All right. And then did that lead you to do a startup presentation in that community?
Yes, we had a few phone calls between the presentation, trying to schedule a date.
That is you and the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, was a presentation meeting scheduled?
Yes.
And what was the date of that meeting?
September 22nd, I believe, of 2011.
All right. And where was that meeting held?
It was at the clubhouse at the Retreat, Twin Lakes.
And what time of day or night would that have been?
Probably about 7 p.m.
And was the defendant himself present for that meeting?
Yes.
Did you speak with the defendant at that meeting?
Yes.
Is that the first time you had met the defendant in person?
Yes. Our communication was between either phone or email beforehand.
Was the Homeowners Association president of the Retreat at Twin Lakes complex also present at that meeting?
Yes, he was.
And what was his or her name?
Don O'Brien.
And approximately how many other residents attended the startup meeting?
About 25 approximately.
And those would have been all residents of the Retreat at Twin Lakes community?
Yes.
All right. Did you go through the PowerPoint presentation at that meeting?
Yes, I did.
Did you also provide the written materials at that meeting?
Yes.
Was anyone named the Neighborhood Watch coordinator for that community at that meeting?
Yes, but it was even before then that Mr. Zimmerman was a Neighborhood Watch coordinator.
The defendant was the Neighborhood Watch coordinator?
Yes.
All right.
He had told me he was asked by his HOA to coordinate and he pretty much was going to take the role of the coordinator.
All right, and he agreed to do that?
Yes.
All right. Did you give any additional materials to the defendant because he was the Neighborhood Watch coordinator?
Yes, the day of the presentation I gave him a coordinator's handbook for Neighborhood Watch.
And why do you give that particular handbook to the coordinator?
Because part of their responsibilities, not just as liaison, is to also share the crime prevention concepts within the publications, and also is to coordinate the actual neighborhood watch and to coordinate all the block captains in there.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dorval, let me show you what's been moved into evidence as states 189. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, would you examine the contents, just pull that out and examine the contents to make sure it's complete? And as you're doing that, what do you recognize states 189 to be?
Is the neighborhood watch coordinator's handbook?
And would that be a copy of the handbook that you gave to Mr. Zimmerman at that first meeting?
Yes, it looks like all the pages are here. It's complete. Yes.
Appear to be complete? Mm-hmm. All right, let me show you 190 and ask you to examine that. Do you recognize 190?
This is the PowerPoint presentation I provide to neighborhood.
All right, and would you examine that too?
Sure.
Is that also complete?
Yes, it is complete.
All right. Let me ask you to look at the screen. States one. Your Honor, could you hit the lights, please? Thank you. States 191. Is that particular PowerPoint slide contained within the presentation that you gave to the defendant and the other members who attended the Neighborhood Watch meeting at the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes.
And what did you explain to the defendant and the other attendees about that slide?
Basically that they are the eyes and ears for law enforcement. They're an extension of law enforcement. That they're not supposed to take matters into their own hand. And they call 911 and non-emergency dispatch to report suspicious activity and to let law enforcement take the risk of approaching a suspect or...
All right. And if anyone at the meeting would have had a question about that concept, would you have answered that question for him?
Yes.
Let me ask you to look at States 190. Is that a page of the handout in the coordinator's handbook?
Yes, it is.
All right. And specifically on the right-hand side, I'm circling it with my laser if you can see it. Bullet point number 10. Explain to the members of the jury how you explained bullet point number 10 or what that addresses.
Basically, it talks back about the responsibility of law enforcement is to apprehend and question any suspicious person or suspect. It's not their responsibility.
And again, furthering the concept that the volunteer is the eyes and ears, but it's the police who actually do the confronting and engaging.
Correct.
All right. And that handbook, or that page of the handbook, was furnished to this defendant?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may turn on the lights, please. Thank you. Did you ever tell the defendant or anyone else at that meeting that it was okay to follow someone that they thought was acting suspicious?
No, not at all.
Did you ever tell the defendant or anyone else in that meeting that it was okay to engage someone they thought was being suspicious?
No.
At that meeting on September 22nd of 2011, did the defendant share with you what his major was in his education?
Yes, he mentioned it was criminal justice.
And as you described earlier in your presentation to the volunteers at retreat at Twin Lakes, did you share with them what they are to do if they see someone involved in what they believe may be suspicious or criminal behavior?
Yes, it's called 911 and non-emergency dispatch.
All right. Is there a distinction that you told them between the time that they should call 911 as opposed to the time they should call the non-emergency number?
Yes, it is. There
And what
is.
is that distinction?
Pretty much, you give them a scenario. Basically, if you come home and in your balcony you notice that your bike is missing, that's a non-emergency dispatch call. You don't need immediate police to be there. When you call 911 is whether property, your liberty, or someone is it's property, liberty, or you are in some kind of physical danger that you call 911. So there's a big distinction there. But overall, I tell them, if you don't know, just call 911. Don't try to figure out, should I call this one? Don't hesitate. Just call 911 if anything.
All right, and when you conducted the startup meeting at the retreat at Twin Lakes, were there any uniformed police officers from the Sanford Police Department present?
Yes, there were.
And is that standard procedure to have someone, an actual certified law enforcement officer at the meeting?
Yes, it is, because we want to get the community service officer engaged with their community. So
All
we
right,
want the community to know who their officers are.
Do you recall specifically the officer or officers that were present at that meeting?
Yes, it was Sergeant Paul Herx and Officer Buchanan Clapp.
All right, and after the meeting in September of 2011, did you continue to communicate with the defendant about crime issues in the retreat at Twin Lakes neighborhood?
He did initiate a contact with me maybe a month or two after that regarding a burglary that had occurred previously.
And what was the nature of the contact? Did he visit you? Did he call you?
It was an email.
All right. And did he in fact email you multiple times about issues within the neighborhood?
After the presentation?
Well, before and after.
Yeah. The first time he emailed me was about starting the neighborhood watch, and basically saying there were several burglaries that had occurred in his community. He was concerned about them.
All right. Your Honor, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Cross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll excuse me just for one more minute.
Sure.
When I'd like to approach the clerk, I'd like to have,
You may do so.
and I have a cough drop, I'm fighting off something, I will get rid of that too. It might be a little longer. All right, here we go. My name is Don West. I represent Mr. Zimmerman along with Mr. O'Mara. Ms. Dorval, let's talk just a little bit more about your role with Neighborhood Watch.
Okay.
Is it basically your job when somebody expresses an interest in the program to be the contact person with the Sanford Police Department to set it up and sort of monitor it along the way?
Yes, it was.
And you've done that kind of work until your recent job changed for, what, 4 or 5 years?
Yes, and before that, at a different law enforcement agency in the Northwest.
So that's something that you're familiar with, not just with Sanford Police, but with other agencies as well.
That is correct.
So you've done that lots of times, I take it, presentations.
Yes, I've done several presentations, different presentations.
The presentation that you gave to the Homeowners Association in the fall of 2011, is that sort of your standard presentation?
Yes.
And the PowerPoint reflects the kinds of slides that you go through?
Yes, a standard presentation for a Neighborhood Watch startup.
About how many pages are in the presentation? We only saw one here today.
There's several pages. I can't tell you how many offhand. I think it's right here, the presentation. You want
Give
me
me
to
an
count them?
idea. Sure. In fact, you're welcome to, if you would, without spending a lot of time at it, just kind of walk through it briefly when you're there with the group, how you introduce the concept and what you tell them you want them to do for you as part of the Sanford Police Department.
25, with the cover in the last page.
And the presentation takes about how long?
I usually tell people who are coordinating the event to give me about an hour, because I like to do the introductions first to get neighbors to get to know each other, because that's one of the main priorities that we want to establish, is that neighbors get to know each other and get to talk to each other, so they can watch out for each other.
So the idea is to not just have you explain how the program works, but to generate interest?
Generate interest, enthusiasm, and also to get them to talk to each other. A lot of neighbors don't talk to each other these days. So just to get them to share with each other, look out for each other, and to care about one another.
And that requires, I guess, some proaction, some proactive
Yes,
work.
and that's why what I do during the beginning is to just let them introduce themselves, you know, whereabout they live, and also talk about the number one concern. So they all know that they might share that same concern. So they have something in common.
And then what leads up to the meeting that you have, I take it, is you have been contacted by somebody
Yes.
on behalf of a homeowners association. In this instance, Mr. Zimmerman was asked to be that person?
That's what I know of, yes.
Okay. So he initiates a call by email or a contact by email or phone?
Yes.
And then you and he sort of coordinate the business of you making the presentation?
I believe my first contact with him was by phone, and he was expressing to me the issues that had gone in his community, and how concerned he was with it, and the HOA as well, and how the HOA had asked him to kind of be the steering person to take this on and bring it about the community.
And was he polite and courteous and respectful?
Yes, every time.
You said part of the reason you have the meeting is to generate enthusiasm, of course, but that requires, I take it, that there be some people there.
Yes.
So how do you do that? How do you help get enough people there that they can hear your message?
That's where the coordinator, or the person assigned to get the meeting started, helps me out in. So one of the things I did do is I provided Mr. Zimmerman with some flyers. I think it was either 200 or 300, I'm not sure, and he passed them out for us and generated that enthusiasm for people to get there.
And that would be something that you would want him to do and ask him to do.
Exactly.
So as far as you know, he did that because there was a pretty good crowd.
Yes. Some people would say no, but I would say that was a pretty good crowd.
20, 25 people?
Yeah, approximately.
Do you know how many people lived in the community?
I believe there was somewhere between 200 and 300 homes. I don't remember.
So plus, I guess, however many people lived in each home, so
Yes.
several hundred residents in the community?
I would say so.
Sure. So, at the meeting, once you've been able to generate enough interest to make the presentation, do you have a conversation with the residents that are there about any issues they may have with crime in the neighborhood and why it is they wanted a neighborhood watch to start with?
Well, at the end, when everyone introduced themselves at this particular meeting, the number one common issue was burglaries. They had several burglaries that summer, and that was the original reason why I was contacted, and that was the number one concern for most of the residents there.
And in anticipation of a presentation in a specific community, you sort of look into that, don't you?
I sure did, and I noticed that there were several burglaries before I arrived there.
So you can sort of look where crimes are occurring by some computer mapping software?
Yeah, we have a crime mapping software.
And you were able to verify, indeed, there had been a number of burglaries in this community.
Yeah, I knew that before I went to the meeting.
So you knew the concern was real.
Yes.
Was there some concern at the meeting about an unsecured access point to the community?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that a bit?
Something about either a gate not working or not having a strong enough fencing around the home. So there were some issues that they had with the HOA in particular about some kind of fencing that wasn't working. They had some issues about lighting and just the perimeter of the property.
The perimeter being the outside area.
Yes.
And are you saying that one of the issues was that part of the perimeter was not secured by a fence so that people from the outside could simply walk into the community without going through the gate?
Yes, that was a concern because they felt that people were coming through there committing burglaries through those unsecure areas.
Mm-hmm. So the concern was people could basically sneak in and then do whatever they were going to do and sneak out without going through either of the entrances.
Yeah, either of the secured entrances that they have because they're a
Right.
gated community.
Okay. I take it that's not something you can help with particularly?
Not particularly. What I could do is I could offer suggestions to the HOA about security and lighting and just based on the concepts of SEPTED, I can give them some recommendations. But at that point in the meeting, Mr. John O'Brien said that that was going to be taken care of as far as lighting and some of the fence issues.
You knew Mr. O'Brien to be the president of the Homeowners Association?
Yes, I made him the date of the presentation.
So there was the perimeter access issue, and there were also some lighting issues that residents were concerned that there was inadequate lighting in certain parts of the
Yes.
community. Do you know where that was?
Not particularly. I wanted them to take me there, but at that point it had gotten too late to do that.
Anybody mention in between the backs of the houses that there's no street lights or other kinds of lighting?
I believe that was mentioned, that there was poor lighting.
So Sanford Police doesn't supply lights, I take
No,
it?
we don't.
Okay. So you could raise that issue and say, yes, indeed, that is a legitimate safety concern. So as the Sanford Police representative, you recommend they address it.
Yes, but they don't have to.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And the same way, I take it, with the perimeter fence or lack of it.
Exactly. They had another issue with, another issue that came up to mind with the burglaries was the patio doors. There was like a hinge that would always pop open, so a lot of the burglary entries were done through the back through a patio door. So there was that concern too. So I recommended that they go to Lowe's and get this locking device. It's kind of a lever to lock that patio door. I think it was an issue just with the development.
By the development, did you understand this community to be a townhome community?
Yes.
And that there were buildings that might contain several townhomes
Yes.
around this larger community of about 300 homes?
Yes.
So if I hear what you're saying that all of the houses or the townhomes would have that same sliding glass door issue.
Yeah, but not everyone complained about it. There
Of
was a
course.
handful of people that did. So some people might not have that issue, but it seemed like it was a common issue that I thought was interesting just because it was a fairly new development.
With your training and experience, you knew there was a pretty simple, inexpensive fix.
Yes, there's a bar at Lowe's they can get. It's a locking mechanism that they can fix that with.
And with that device in place, for example, it's pretty hard to get in one of those doors.
Well, they could always smash the window. If
Of course.
Yeah, that's.
But they can't
Yeah.
pry the lock
They can't
quickly.
lift it. Usually patio doors can be lifted off the rails and be just pushed out with no one even noticing that someone's coming into your home.
Did you give them other similar tips about common issues to be aware of for safety of person and property?
Yeah, we kind of, in the presentation, we talk kind of a broad range of crime prevention stuff. So I try to give them as much information as I can in the hour I have because I want to try and enable them to really help prevent crime in their homes, as far as, if you have floodlights in the back or if you keep your light on or locking your door. That's the simplest thing I can tell someone. Lock your door. No, so many people don't lock their front door. So I just try to really pump them with a lot of information in the short time I have.
Some of it's, I take it, pretty common sense.
It is, but sometimes people have to be reminded.
So-
Sometimes we just get careless.
You lock your door, you keep your windows shut,
Yes.
you have a deadbolt installed if you don't have one,
Yes.
that sort of stuff. How about if you're stepping away from home, close the garage door?
Yes, that's a common one. People leave the garage doors open, or if they are home, they leave the garage door open, and all of a sudden the lawnmower is missing.
So, as part of your presentation, you are, in addition to generating the interest to make the community neighborhood watch more active, you're also providing some specific tips.
Yes.
Okay. And did you do all that at the meeting there at Retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes, pretty much.
And answered individual questions that some of the residents may have had about specific security issues?
Yes.
Did someone mention to you that there had been a home invasion burglary?
Yes.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I could be heard briefly.
Well, it's not a court statement made by somebody who's not here to be cross-examined, so it is hearsay.
Admittedly, it is. I think there's an exception because this witness has been called to talk about her role in the community and why she did certain things.
And she can do that without saying what somebody reported to her. So the objection is sustained and my ruling remains.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Based upon what people told you they had experienced in the community, would you then give advice, maybe specific advice, about how to make their home more secure?
Yes, that bar was one thing. We did have a resident who was pretty upset because someone in daylight had come into her home and attempted a burglary, and she had a small child. And she was really upset about that during the presentation, and that's one of the things that I would try to tell them, you know, I believe, I don't remember quite right if they entered through the back or if they entered through the front and she had the door unlocked, but she was upstairs. That was one instance where there was a burglary, and someone entered her home, and she was very frightened by it, and she shared that experience at the meeting with us.
Was she very scared?
Yes, because she had a baby. She was alone. It was just her and her baby, so it was very terrifying for her.
It was evident to you that she was still traumatized?
She was still shaken up by it, yeah.
Do you know how recent that event may have been to your presentation?
It was very recent because it seemed very fresh to her, so I believe it was within a month.
Mm-hmm. Is the emphasis on communication, that aspect of it, is that to get the neighbors to be aware of what's happening at the other neighbor's property?
Yes, that's a big part of it.
Explain that a little bit more.
Okay. Well, being part of a neighborhood watch, the best thing about it is to let neighbors know what's going on so you can protect yourself. So if you know that your neighbor next door has had a burglary, then you can be more aware that, hey, this is occurring, I need to lock up my stuff. But also, as a neighbor, you can look to see if there's anything suspicious going on, you know, at your neighbor's house, or if there's something going on that, someone that doesn't belong there, or something that seems odd to you, to report it.
Do you encourage neighbors to tell each other about anything suspicious?
Yes, to share all the information you can, whether you see anything suspicious, if any crime has been committed, just keep those lines of communication open.
And if there are safety concerns or some issues, maybe not rising to the level of a call to the police, but a safety issue that might relate to something you said, how do you learn that?
I don't understand the question.
I'll be more clear, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is the neighborhood watch coordinator the person that is sort of the focal point
Yes.
where this information funnels to?
Yes.
Explain that.
Neighborhood watch coordinator is a liaison. So basically, neighborhood watch coordinator would be the contact for the police department. For example, let's say the neighborhood watch coordinator at a community calls us, hey, Wendy, we're having a lot of issues with internet safety. Our parents are concerned that their children are online doing things. Can you come out and do a presentation on internet safety? So they'll coordinate that. Or they'll call me and say, hey, Wendy, we had this burglary 2 months ago. I heard from another neighbor that there was a suspect. Can you confirm that? What's going on with that case? So it's kind of, they serve like a liaison for information. So I don't have, 40 people calling me asking me the same question. One person can call me and they can relay that information to all their neighbors.
So in this instance, George Zimmerman was the person that the neighborhood was told to contact.
Yes, he was a neighborhood watch coordinator.
So when they had an issue, instead of calling you, they were directed, call Mr. Zimmerman, and he will be the person that gets in touch with you.
Yes, if they wanted anything, any kind of special training, or they wanted to get some feedback on a case or whatever, then yes, that would be the case.
And that's the way it's designed to work.
Yes.
And that's the way it did work.
Yes, basically a liaison is assigned, that's the coordinator.
After you made your presentation, you continued to have some contact with Mr. Zimmerman by email or phone.
Yes, actually, not that long, I'm not sure how long after, but he did email me about a certain burglary that had occurred.
Mm-hmm. And that's what he was supposed to do.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. Zimmerman had, in some conversation with you, that he was, or at some point had been, a criminal justice major.
During the presentation, he mentioned that, yes.
Uh-huh. And did you think that was a bad thing?
No, I thought that was great. Actually, I wanted to recruit him to be a citizen on patrol volunteer for the San Francisco Police Department, but he said no.
Tell me what that program is.
Okay.
Citizens
On patrol.
on Patrol.
So Citizens on Patrol are police volunteers who go through a 4 to 5 week training program through the Sanford Police Department. They have a polo shirt kind of uniform, and they drive in Citizen on Patrol vehicles with amber lights. That program, the Citizen on Patrol volunteers are part of an extensive background check. They go through the training, they go to field training before they go out and patrol their neighborhoods.
So you coordinate that program separately and distinctly from the Neighborhood Watch?
That's actually my role in the police department. The neighborhood watch stuff I just did because I enjoy doing neighborhood watch.
Mm-hmm. There was nothing about Mr. Zimmerman's demeanor, manner of interacting with you or others that you noticed that made you, raised any red flags about him. Indeed, you thought that he might be a good member for your other program.
Yes, he was very professional with me. He seemed a little meek to me. He just seemed very, he seemed like he really wanted to make changes in his community to make it better.
Were you aware of him also working and being married and having other responsibilities in addition to being a Neighborhood Watch volunteer?
I knew he was married. That's about it. He had a business, but I didn't know the details of his business. We didn't get into that.
And you knew him to be a resident?
Yes, he was a resident, a concerned resident.
I think I heard you say, but if not, I'll clarify. You are not a sworn police officer yourself, is that correct?
No, I'm a civilian staff.
But you have worked in police departments for a number of years.
Yes, since 1998, minus 2 years that I worked for the state.
And in this particular instance, I take it, and maybe others, you would take a police officer with you to the presentations?
The way I generate that is I will let the lieutenant or the captain know, I'm going to have a neighborhood watch meeting, and the department would always want presentation there. And it really goes back to community policing. The officer has to know who the residents he serves. So it's really a great opportunity for residents to get to know their police officer, and for the officer to know who belongs in that community as well.
The police officers that went with you, did they work that neighborhood, if you will?
The officer, Buchanan Klepp, he did at the time, and the sergeant that was there, he was a supervisor that day for patrol. So I'm not sure whether that was his assigned area or not.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm going to grab some water.
Sure.
Help yourself if you care for some.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm fighting a little bug here. As a civilian representative of the police department, do you, as part of your presentation, give lessons in law?
No, we don't talk about law, like what statutes are, no.
Right. You don't say, for example, legally, for example, that someone may follow someone to gather information to report to the police.
No, the only statute we go over is the burglary statute and what constitutes a burglary. But we don't get into any kind of law.
So you say, for example, you shouldn't follow somebody, but you're not saying that if you see somebody suspicious, you can't follow at a distance to gather information to provide to the police.
No, I don't,
You're not saying that.
no, no.
Generally, it's a good idea. If you see somebody suspicious, don't engage them.
Exactly.
I take it likewise that when you say on your slide, you're not the vigilante police, I take it what you're saying is you shouldn't be overzealous to act like a police officer to actually engage somebody physically.
Exactly. And I mean, in that same slide, it says you're the eyes and ears. That's really all law enforcement needs, is the neighbors to be the eyes and ears for us.
You're not suggesting in any way that if you are attacked, you're not allowed to defend yourself.
Oh, not at all.
Likewise, there's no discussion, is there, about firearms specifically?
No. There are some meetings that do bring that subject up.
But you don't talk to the residents about whether or not they are allowed to legally carry a firearm?
No, that's not my place to tell them that.
Are you generally familiar with the laws surrounding firearms?
I know the constitutional rights, and if I start talking about gun laws and everything else, I usually start getting in debate, so I don't try to get into that.
Okay. That's not something that you never say, for example, if anybody has a gun that they carry legally, you're not allowed to.
No, I don't say that.
You never get into that at all.
No. I've had people question, I have this, what if I do that, kind of thing.
Of course. So based on neighborhood watch criteria, you ask people to follow the law and to be the eyes and ears of the community, to talk with each other a lot. If they see a crime being committed in their mind, call 911. If you would answer just out loud.
Oh, yes, sorry.
It's a tricky thing with the court report.
Yes, I apologize.
And that if you see something suspicious, but you can't necessarily say, I see a crime being committed, you're supposed to call the non-emergency number.
Yes. Sometimes I would get questions like that. People say, well, how do I know if it's suspicious? I don't want to bother you guys for no reason. And I said, call us anyways. Let us check it out. Let the law enforcement officers check out to see what's going on. Because it could be a bona fide suspicious activity, or it could just be someone that they might not recognize, someone new to the community. So we always encourage them to call.
So that's in fact one of the things you say is if you see somebody that you don't recognize.
Yes. So, and that's the important part why I tell neighborhood watchers, get to know your neighbor. Get to know who lives in your community. Because then when someone who doesn't belong there, you can quickly identify them. Hey, wait a minute. I don't know this person. They probably don't belong here. And you can call the police and have them check it out.
Do I take it that the basic way this works, if it's going to work effectively, is if you see anything that strikes you as out of place or suspicious or a person that's unfamiliar, you err on the side of making the call?
Yes.
May I have just one moment? with the idea of someone who seems suspicious, do you talk in some detail with the neighborhood, the neighbors, the residents, about the kinds of things that might be suspicious? For example, I guess someone you don't know
Yes.
would be one. Someone that's in a place in the community that might be unusual.
Yes, we talk about, if you see a car driving around in circles and you don't recognize the car in your community, that might be suspicious. If people are walking around in areas that are not typically walked on, that could be suspicious.
For example, coming through between houses where there's no sidewalk or pathway.
Yeah,
Someone that seems like they're trying to hide.
yes,
Someone that just seems maybe looking at cars, looking at windows,
Yes, people-
looking at houses.
people peering through windows or peering through the vehicles or trying really hard to not be noticed, kind of thing.
Or people that seem to be doing something that may be a little inconsistent with what common sense tells you people would be doing in a similar circumstance. For example, walking around without any particular purpose in the rain.
Yeah, if you're just walking around in circles, yeah, that would be suspicious.
Circles, sure, but just the idea that someone's in the rain and they don't seem to be running or jogging,
Okay.
exercising. They just seem to be in a place in the neighborhood that seems a little wrong,
Okay.
and they don't seem to be having a purpose.
Yeah, if there's no purpose, then, calling 911 or non-emergency dispatch.
Sure. Non-emergency in that situation.
Yeah, because they're not posing a threat,
Not committing a crime, you can see.
Yeah,
Just something about them doesn't seem quite right.
yes.
Did Mr. Zimmerman have contact with you, and in fact contact with your superiors after your presentation to compliment you on the work that you had done to help them with the neighborhood association?
Yes, I think it was an email to my chief, but I think it might have been before the presentation. I'm not sure. You might want to...
When was the presentation?
September 22nd, 2011.
Madam Clerk, what is the document's exhibit number for identification?
I believe it's Defendant's A.
Pardon me?
Defendant's A.
A. May I approach, please?
Yes, you may.
What's been marked as Defendant's A for identification, and ask you to take a look at it and see if it's something that you have seen before, something you recognize.
Yes, this was before the presentation, and this is George Zimmerman. He wrote an email to Chief Lee at the time, basically complimenting me on my professionalism in contacts with him.
He outlines the letter is to Chief Lee,
Yes,
recognizing you to Chief Lee for the work that you had been doing.
yes,
And then, of course, Chief Lee's response copied to you.
yes,
Let me just focus on the date for a second. I believe you said that the presentation was in late August of 2011,
no, September 22nd, I believe.
not August 22nd?
I'm not sure now. It was a while ago. This letter came before the presentation, if I remember correctly.
Okay, fair enough. Were you pleased that Mr. Zimmerman took the time and effort to compliment you to your boss?
Yes, I emailed him and told him that.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move Defendant's A, please.
Any objections?
There is, Your Honor. There's a hearsay objection as to part of it.
Okay, want to approach him? We'll talk about what part. So if you'll please put your notepads face down, this will be your morning break. Follow Deputy Jarvis back into the jury room. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Okay. Put the white face back. Ms. Dorval, you're free to walk around during the 10-minute recess, but you're not to discuss your testimony with anybody, and that includes the lawyers, okay? Because you're considered to still be on the stand. Okay, thank you. Court is in recess for 10 minutes. be seated. Any more argument from council on the last issue?
Just briefly, if I could.
I'm really going to ask from the defense.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state opened the door to this kind of information because they went into, with this witness at some length, about her interactions with Mr. Zimmerman in getting the program set up, talked about emails, talked about phone calls, and talked, in fact, about the do's and don'ts and the specific conversations. I think this, by virtue of the state introducing that part of this witness's interaction, they've opened the door to communications that Mr. Zimmerman had with the Sanford Police Department, where he complimented this witness, where he thanked her, where he thanked the police chief, and it's certainly appropriate. It's not self-serving in the traditional sense of what we're talking about. And from an admissibility standpoint, it's clearly a business record. It was provided through the emails we got in discovery.
Okay, thank you. Response?
Judge, again, just briefly, I think this is akin to Ms. Dorval hearing a conversation. For example, hearing the defendant talk to Chief Lee and then hearing Chief Lee talk to or forward it to someone else. So I just, you know, if we think about it in those terms, that she overheard something, it's sort of like electronic overhearing, her being forwarded this chain of emails. So I would submit it's hearsay, and certainly the email from Chief Lee to the defendant is self-serving.
Okay, the objection is sustained. Exhibit A will not come in at this time. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Jurors are present, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Mr. West, you may continue.
Good morning again.
Morning.
Ms. Dorval, do you still have the document in front of you that we talked about earlier, Defendant A for identification?
No, I believe the clerk removed it from.
Of the, thank you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask you any questions about the content, but just to get an idea specifically, this document is an email from Bill Lee. Is that correct?
Okay, sustained.
I'll try it a different way. Do you remember if you got a copy of this email?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you had seen it before today?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Guy, you direct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Ms. Dorval, did you tell the defendant at that meeting or at any other time that he should call the police if he sees somebody walking home in the rain?
We talk about suspicious activity and suspicious persons. Not those exact words, no.
Okay, was it discussed that people who walk in the rain are suspicious?
No.
You mentioned that, you mentioned the Citizens on Patrol.
Yes.
That's a more intense involvement for citizens with the sheriff's office or the police department?
It's very different, and that there's been some confusion about it. But the Citizen on Patrol is a police program that we coordinate in the police department. We do background checks and everything else. It's completely different from a community neighborhood watch where community volunteers are part of. So it's completely different.
What led you to recommend the defendant into that program?
What led me to recommend him was just because of his demeanor, the way he interacted with me, his high interest in being involved in his community and wanting to be a part of the city of Sanford community.
And you gained that just from your brief interaction with him, both at the meeting and the few contacts you had prior to the meeting?
I gained that from the meeting, the phone calls, and the emails.
All right, you also asked questions about following. Did you tell the defendant or anybody else at that meeting that it was okay to follow someone from a distance?
No.
Was your information to them or instructions to them not to follow anyone at all?
Basically, they see suspicious activity or suspicious behavior to call 911 non-emergency dispatch.
All right. And you were asked about the defendant's role as the coordinator being the liaison. That is, I think you said that if people contact him, then he would then contact you.
Yes, as it relates to possible more training or presentations, stuff like that.
All right. To your memory, did the defendant ever contact you on behalf of someone else after the meeting?
He contacted me on the burglary
But that
after
was
the meeting.
because of his own interest, your understanding was?
Well,
Sustained.
Well, what was your understanding as to why he was contacting you about the burglary?
because of the neighborhood concerns regarding the burglary and the possible suspect being identified.
What instructions did you give the defendant about being the coordinator as it relates to the block captains? Did he have a role in organizing block captains?
Yes, the neighborhood watch coordinator has a responsibility for block captains and recruiting block captains.
And what was he supposed to do with the list of captains that he recruited?
I'm getting him engaged in the program and kind of assigning a block to each block captain.
And was he supposed to contact you in reference to the block captains?
Yes, I did have some kind of communication asking about the sign-up list that he had put up that day during the presentation.
And did this defendant ever contact you about a list of block captains or who he had recruited?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Reed Cross? Okay, thank you very much. May Ms. Doraville be excused? Thank you very much. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call Mr. Donald O'Brien.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. O'Brien, if you would, please give us the spelling of your last name, sir.
Capital O, apostrophe, capital B-R-I-E-N.
Mr. O'Brien, who is the president of the Homeowners Association at the Retreat of Twin Lakes?
I am.
And how long have you been that president?
Since 2011, September.
Okay. You know the defendant in this case, George Zimmerman?
Yes, I do.
Would you please tell me the circumstances under which you first met the defendant?
Okay, I took over as president the third Tuesday in September, and the next day I got an email about he was going to start what's it called, Neighborhood Watch, and they needed somebody to put out papers. He went to get it out to the whole neighborhood, so I said, well, since I'm retired, I'll do it for you. So then that Thursday night, we had the meeting, and that's when I actually met George.
Had you before that heard anything about that turned out to be related to potentially Neighborhood Watch?
The answer is yes or no.
Yes.
Tell me the circumstances of that, please.
My neighbor,
Your Honor,
Okay.
I'm not certain the witness is clear about what we are clear about.
Okay. You cannot testify as to what somebody told you.
oh,
Let me ask it a different way. When you met the defendant at the Neighborhood Watch, were you already aware of how long this has sort of been in progress?
no, sir.
Okay. When you went to that first Neighborhood Watch meeting, did you become aware of whether or not there had already been police contact?
Not before the meeting. At the meeting, I found that out, yes.
Okay. And what did you find out from the defendant?
Excuse me?
What did you find out from the defendant at that meeting?
I found out that there was evidently a course he went through the Sanford Police, and he evidently did everything he had to do to start a Neighborhood Watch.
Okay. So up to that point, had that had anything to do or been run through the HOA?
No, it's a totally separate from the HOA. We had nothing to do with it whatsoever.
So he had done that on his own?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to that meeting and attend the presentation?
Yes, I did.
And was Ms. Dorval there to conduct that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, at best you can, your takeaway from the presentation as to Neighborhood Watch program.
Okay, well, it started out, he introduced everybody, and then they told us how it worked. They put out a sign-up sheet for anybody that wanted to be a block captain. These were people that were going to, just watch. If they see something, they would notify the police.
Was there ever any discussion about what should not be done by Neighborhood Watch people?
Yes.
Actually, it's not being offered necessarily for truth, it's just to show his understanding of the program.
He could testify as to what his understanding is, what his takeaway was.
Then I would then suggest a relevancy. If he's not offering for the truth of the matter asserted, what's its relevance?
Overruled.
Mr. Bryan, the question is sort of, what did you understand the Neighborhood Watch program to be about, and more specifically even not about?
It was about, everybody was supposed to watch out for their neighbors. If they seen something suspicious, stay away, call the police.
There was this issue of block captains and coordinator you mentioned.
Yes.
Talk to me about this sign-up process and what you learned about that.
George had a sheet there, and anybody, after it was over, he said anybody that wanted to be involved in, as far as being a Neighborhood Watch block captain, to sign the sheet.
And did people sign the sheet?
Yes, they did.
And were any of them ever block captains, to your knowledge?
No.
As far as the coordination of the program, who was assigned or assumed that duty?
George.
Okay. Tell me how that happened, please.
Well, he went to the police. He got this whole thing started, so it was his program, so he was running it.
I object to hearsay because this person has no independent.
Okay. Your objection's hearsay response.
He's telling me what the defendant told him.
Okay, he could testify as to what the defendant told him, but anything else would be hearsay.
So again, Mr. O'Brien, as it relates to your understanding of how it is the defendant got to be in charge of this, as it were, tell me what it is that
you learned and know from both him and your position?
Say that one more time for me, please.
That was really long, wasn't it?
I want to know how it is, from your knowledge, from what the defendant told you, how it is the defendant came to be, as you put it, in charge of this.
Because he went to the police and he wanted to start a neighborhood watch, and I was told, and the board was told that, you know, anybody can do that. Anybody living in the neighborhood can do this, and it has nothing to do with the HOA. It's a totally separate thing.
Was there a person sort of appointed to be the contact or the committee chair as it relates to Neighborhood Watch by the HOA?
Yes,
And this was during your term as president.
yes.
Who was that person?
George Zimmerman.
And how did that happen?
Well, we came up with the plan that if anything happened, if you had to call the police or you knew of an incident, we would get a hold, they would let George know, and he would put out an email blast about it.
And how was it decided that the defendant would be the person to get notified to put out the email?
Was there anybody else who wanted to?
No.
What is the parking committee?
A parking committee,
Grounds of relevance, Your Honor.
Relevance.
A lot of answer, I think I can establish that.
I'll give you some leeway.
What is the parking committee?
parking committee was just people that went around and tried to enforce people parking illegally, parking in front of fire hydrants, things like that.
And was the defendant also on the parking committee?
Yes, Mr. Zimmerman.
Your Honor, again, grounds of relevance.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you finish your answer, please?
Okay. Mr. Zimmerman, one night at the meeting, volunteered to help me out. I asked for volunteers, and he said, sure, I'll help you out. So he got on the parking committee with me.
And tell me again what the function of that committee is?
It was just to try to enforce parking laws, because at that time we didn't have, it was the development, we didn't have an agreement with Sanford Police to come in there and patrol and do anything. So we were more or less did the parking thing ourselves.
And did that involve looking in front, and what does it involve?
It just involved, if you see the car parked in the yellow, or you seen a car parked against a stop sign, or a car parked in front of a fire hydrant, we would try to give warnings. We gave them 3 warnings before we had the car towed.
We've heard about the series of break-ins, or a series of break-ins that occurred just before and around the time of the formation of the Neighborhood Watch Committee. You familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time in 2012 when someone got arrested in connection with those things?
Yes, sir.
Were you actually there for part of that?
I was talking to the gentleman that did the break-in before he did the break-in, but I had left before he actually did the break-in.
Okay. And when you say you were talking to him, did the person turn out to actually live in the community?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about how he got caught?
Sure. It was on a weekday afternoon. I had stucco people in there fixing stucco on our walls. And I was down there talking to the guys to see how progress was going. And this gentleman walked down the street, who we've seen numerous times before. He just stood in the middle of the street talking to us. And then I left, and I guess he walked off. And then it came back later and broke into the home, and the stucco guys were sitting there watching.
And did they follow him and call the police?
All of a sudden, a truck came up, picked him up, and he was gone. They had no idea.
Okay. When you learned of the arrest of that person, tell me what you did.
I sent George a text right after I found out the arrest was made and said, hey, George, let everybody know that they caught a person in here involved in the break-ins we've been having, and he's under arrest.
And did you let him know how it was that the person got caught?
Yes, I did.
Tell me how you did that.
I sent an email out.
Okay. And tell me what you said.
I said the Stucco guys were responsible for following this person. They were sitting on a hill across the street at Coles, and they just happened to see the guy walking down the street heading into development, so they followed him to development at a safe distance and seen where he went, and they called the police.
Did you give any praise out to those people?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any subsequent interaction? And let me back up. Give me the time frame on about when that happened.
I'm thinking, oh gosh, I would have to guess. I couldn't even.
Okay. Let me ask you this, just in general terms. Was it close in time to the shooting that's related in this case?
Yeah, I think it was a couple months before that. Yes.
And did you have any interaction with the defendant after that as it relates to the praise and things for the Stucco people?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. So from what you're aware of it, George Zimmerman helped out with the Neighborhood Watch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sort of took charge of it?
Yes.
In fact, okay. And even helped out on the parking committee, right?
Yes, sir.
When you were just now sort of new into the position as the president of the HOA at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did it seem strange to you that somebody would be willing to help you?
No.
Okay. Any concern that he was willing to do the Neighborhood Watch that nobody else was willing to do?
No.
You think that that's a positive thing for your neighborhood?
My personal opinion?
Neighborhood Watch.
Neighborhood Watch, what do I think of it?
Yeah.
I don't think we needed it, no.
Oh, okay. You did acknowledge that there were a rash of burglaries in the neighborhood where you were, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also mentioned something concerning the parking committee, that the Sanford PD, they don't normally patrol your neighborhood?
They didn't. They came through, but not on a regular basis because it was a private community until we signed the paperwork where they would patrol constantly.
Right, so back then, let's say February, let's say January or December of 2011, January 2012, had that been signed yet?
No, sir.
So Sanford PD wasn't doing as routine a patrol through the neighborhood as they were after you signed the agreement, correct? Or are they still not doing much?
No, they do plenty.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem.
All right. But back then, when the Neighborhood Watch was started, Sanford and the Sanford PD and the HOA didn't have this written agreement in place?
Correct.
Which would, the written agreement then allows Sanford Police Department actually into the community?
Well, they came in on any emergency. Any emergency
Correct.
calls, they were definitely there, but I don't know how much they actually patrolled it. I mean, I was retired, so I would see them there, you know, coming through on a day on bikes or whatever, so I really didn't see any difference before we signed the paper and after I signed the paper, as far as patrolling.
But the purpose for signing the paper was to increase the patrols in the neighborhood?
Yeah, and to enforce parking laws and stuff, like people parked up against the signs where before they couldn't do anything about that, and we signed the paper. Now, if we call them and say, hey, somebody's parked illegally, they can come in and give them a ticket now.
Got it. So they now can come in on more than just emergency basis?
Correct.
Great. So, the one incident where the guy, you were chatting with him and then he burglarized the place, I guess the question is, these stucco guys, they actually saw that from outside the neighborhood?
They were having lunch. It wasn't the same day. The day we talked to them,
Right.
okay, this was days later. They were sitting across the street at the Coles having lunch, and they just happened to see him walking down the street, and they said, hey, that's the guy that broke into the home.
Okay, so they actually noticed who it was?
Yes, sir.
And describe him for me,
Describe who?
the person who did the burglary.
He was, you tell me what you want to know about him. He
Whatever
was,
you remember.
okay, I would say he was like 17 or 18 years old.
Sure,
He was black.
yeah.
Let's see, what else? Seemed like a real nice guy. I mean, he talked to us. I mean, I would have never thought anything of him.
So these stucco guys, did they notice him, did they see him break into the place and then notice him later? Or tell me about that.
No, they actually seen him coming out of the place and jump in the truck.
All right. And it was a few days later that they noticed him. And did you say that they followed him?
From a distance, yes.
Sure.
They
Okay,
followed him to see where he lived, and then they called the police.
great. All right, just have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Mr. Ryan, Mr. Mayor just asked you about the stucco people following this individual and being responsible for him getting caught. And that was what you remarked earlier. I think you said you sent out a praise email type thing?
Yes.
Okay. Juxtapose that with your understanding of what a neighborhood watch person would do as far as following. What's your understanding of that?
I could hardly...
Should a neighborhood watch person follow?
Should the neighborhood watch person follow him?
Right.
Your Honor, both hearsay and improper opinion evidence.
He can understand as to what, he was at the meeting, as to what his understanding was of the neighborhood watch presentation.
Since day one, the neighborhood watch, it was said at that meeting and said every meeting we had after that, do not get close to anybody, stay at a safe distance, and call 911 and let the police handle it.
So under any circumstances were you to follow somebody?
No.
That is nonetheless what the stucco guys did and
Correct.
catching somebody. Thank you. No other questions, John?
Just very quickly, so when you say don't follow, then you say safe distance, what you're really saying is, if you're going to follow somebody to keep your eye on them to report to the police, just make sure you do it safely, correct?
That is what the police told us.
Yeah. And like you just said, do it at a safe distance to protect yourself, right?
Correct.
You want to make sure that you maintain your own personal safety when you're trying to help out, whether it be neighborhood watch or just the cops in general?
Correct.
Okay,
Because we are not police.
Sure, but you can be the eyes and ears of police, right?
Correct.
Thanks.
Any redirect?
Understand it. Don't follow. Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
Thank you.
Thank you. May Mr. O'Brien be excused?
No, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12 o'clock. I'm going to send you back into the jury room to go for lunch. During lunch, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. Do not use any type of an electronic device to get on the internet to do any independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology, and do not read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs or social networking pages about the case. Do I have your assurance that you will abide by these instructions? Okay, please put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Deputy Jarvis. And we'll be back at 1 p.m. And while they're doing that, everybody please be seated. Council, please approach for a moment. Be in recess until 1 p.m. Please be seated. Court is in session. Thank you. Is Mr. Zimmerman? Okay, thank you. Well, while we're waiting for that, can we approach?
Yes, please.
Jury back in? Yes, Your Honor. All right, let's go ahead and bring him back in. T. Please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And while you're getting settled, I'm going to ask you my questions. If your answer is yes, please raise your hand. During the lunch recess, did any of you have any discussions amongst yourselves or with anybody else about the case? No. No hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No. No hands are being raised. Did any of you use any electronic devices to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology? No. No hands are being raised. And finally, did any of you read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case? No. No hands are being raised. Mr. Guy, is it your next witness? Please call your next witness.
Sergeant Anthony Raimondo.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. If you'd please tell the members of the jury your name.
My name's Anthony E. Raimondo, S-R-A-I-M-O-N-D-O, and I'm a junior.
Where are you employed?
I work for the city of Sanford, sir.
And in what capacity?
I'm a police sergeant.
With Sanford Police Department?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
I've been there for 14 years, sir.
All right. And your current position is what?
I'm the training coordinator for the police department.
And what are your duties in that position?
I coordinate all the advanced and specialized training. I also handle the mandatory retraining and general instruction, sir.
Can you give the jury an idea of what specific areas you train in?
Well, I'm certified to teach general topics, but I'm also a high liability instructor, which means I teach firearms, use of force, defensive tactics, and driving, things like that, sir.
Are you also a member of the Sanford Police Department SWAT unit?
It's the Seminole County SWAT team, sir.
And how long have you been in that unit?
I've been on the tactical teams for about 12 years, sir.
All right. In your duties, do you have a specific duty on the tactical team or the SWAT unit?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
I'm one of the police snipers, sir.
In February of 2012, what was your position with the Sanford Police Department?
I was a police sergeant on patrol, sir.
And what were your duties as a patrol sergeant?
I co-supervised a squad of approximately 14 police officers, sir.
And in total, how long have you been a sergeant with Sanford PD?
I was promoted to sergeant in 2004, so 9 years as a sergeant, sir.
All right. And can you give the members of the jury an idea of the other positions you've held with the Sanford Police Department?
I've touched pretty much every section. I started out in patrol like everybody does. I went into field training. I worked in the K-9 unit. I worked in the special tactical unit, the undercover drug unit, the uniform drug unit, the street crimes unit, professional standards section, and of course now I'm in training, sir.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir, I do.
And where was that and from when to when?
I worked for the City of Bunnell Police Department from 1996 to 1999, sir.
Do you have any prior military experience?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what was that?
I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, sir.
And how long you were in the Marine Corps?
I was in the Marine Corps for 9 years, sir.
All right. What is your educational background?
I have a Master of Science degree in criminal justice, and my undergraduate work was criminology and law enforcement technology. I'm also a graduate of the Command Officers Development Course through the University of Louisville, sir.
All right, if you could estimate for the jury, please, the approximate number of times in your law enforcement career that you have responded to the scene of a shooting.
Quite a few, sir.
Would it be in the hundreds?
To actual shootings or shots fired call, what specifically do you mean, sir?
Shots fired.
Hundreds of times, sir.
All right. Let me turn your attention then, please, to the evening of Sunday, February 26, 2012. Were you working as a patrol sergeant at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And on that evening, did you respond to the scene of a shooting at the retreat at Twin Lakes Housing Complex?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the members of the jury how you were notified of that call.
I heard a radio transmission, sir.
What was the nature of the transmission?
A suspicious person call, sir.
Was that transmission updated?
Yes, sir, it was.
How so?
It became a disturbance, sir.
And were there any further updates after it went from suspicious person to disturbance?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
That the subjects were armed and that shots were fired, sir.
What area of town were you in when you received the first dispatch?
The west side of the city, sir.
All right. And about how far is that from the retreat at Twin Lakes complex?
I remember being in the area of St. John's Parkway and Reinhardt when the call came out, sir. So it was within a couple miles.
All right. And how long did it take you to get to the scene?
It was very quickly, sir.
Within 5 minutes?
Yes, sir, I'd say so.
All right. From your experience, did you know where that complex, the retreat at Twin Lakes, was located?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know where to go when you entered the complex itself?
When I went through the gate, I radioed Officer Smith, who was already on scene, and I asked him which way I should go, whether it was left or right.
All right. And did he give you directions?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. Your Honor, could you dim the lights, please? And may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, I'm going to give you a laser light. Works by pressing that button. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 2?
Give me just a second, sir. Yes, sir, I've got it.
All right. Is the retreat at Twin Lakes complex located on that exhibit?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Can you circle that with your laser as best you can?
It's this area right here, sir.
All right. And Reinhardt Road, do you see that on the aerial?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Can you show the members of the jury where that is?
It's this road running right here, sir.
All right. And just give the jurors an idea, if you would, of the route that you took to get to the complex first.
The intersection I was speaking of would be at the very top of the screen. So what I did was I came south on Reinhardt Road. I turned east onto Oregon Avenue here, I believe it is, and into the complex, sir.
All right. Let me show you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that as a aerial of the retreat at Twin Lakes complex?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. If you'd show the jury then the route that you took when you got into the complex and where you parked.
The gate is here, sir. This is where I asked, should I go left or right? I was told to go left. I went here to a 90-degree bend in the road so that I started traveling south. I stopped right where the laser pointer is, and I angled my car up under the grass, sir.
And what was the purpose of angling your car up on the grass?
As I rounded that first turn, I saw Officer Tim Smith and someone else standing between the buildings, sir.
All right. And what was the lighting like in that area?
Very poor, sir.
All right. And what did you do anything with your car to aid in the lighting?
I pulled my car in and angled it towards Officer Smith and the male that was standing with him, sir.
And did your headlights then illuminate Officer Smith and the subject he was with?
It was better, sir, but lighting was still poor.
All right. When you got out of your car, did you go over to the area where Officer Smith was?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Were there any street lights or poles in that area, or pole lights in that area?
I don't remember seeing any pole lights, sir.
All right. Can you show the members of the jury with your laser pointer where approximately Officer Smith was?
My car would have been here, and Officer Smith and the male would have been standing somewhere here near this T intersection, right where the laser pointer is now, sir.
All right. What was the weather like that evening?
It was drizzling, sir.
All right. Had it been raining off and on prior to your dispatch?
Yes, sir.
The person that was with Officer Smith, did you get an opportunity, let me ask you this, did you know the person?
No, sir.
All right. Did you later learn his name to be George Zimmerman?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you see that person in court this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify where he's sitting, what he's wearing?
Mr. Zimmerman's at the defense table wearing, in this lighting, it looks like either a gray or light brown coat.
Is he
sir.
standing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good. Your Honor, I ask that the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Sergeant, did Officer Smith have the defendant handcuffed when you approached them?
Yes, sir.
And what did Officer Smith do with the defendant when you made contact with them?
I directed Officer Smith to place him into the patrol car, sir.
All right. Did you have any interaction with the defendant at that time?
No, sir.
Why not?
I had other things going on, sir.
And where is it that you went? What else did you do?
I looked to the south, sir, and I saw another officer, Officer Ricardo Ayala, standing over a body in the grass.
And did you go over to them?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. The person who was in the grass, did you later learn that person's name to be Trayvon Martin?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you show the members of the jury where on the aerial approximately Trayvon Martin and Officer Ayala were located?
Somewhere right in this area, sir.
All right, and that would be south of the T area?
Yes, sir.
All right. How was Trayvon Martin's body positioned when you arrived?
Mr. Martin was lying face down with his head oriented generally towards the north and his hands underneath his body, sir.
All right, and as we look at State's Exhibit 1, is it correct as far as north and south? Would north be to the top and east to the right, et cetera?
Yes, sir.
All right. State's Exhibit 5, does that give obviously there's a flash in there, but does that give a general idea of the lighting conditions out there when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 77, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way Trayvon Martin's body was positioned when you approached it?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you see any movement from Trayvon Martin's body as you approached him?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you hear any sounds coming from Trayvon Martin when you approached him?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you attempt to see if Trayvon Martin was still alive?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
I attempted to get his pulse, sir.
And where did you attempt to take his pulse from?
On his neck, sir.
Have you had training in that?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Did you detect a pulse on Trayvon Martin?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you or Officer Ayala move Trayvon Martin's body after you failed to get a pulse?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
With the assistance of Officer Ayala, I rolled Mr. Martin's body over onto his back. Generally I would describe it as west to east, or maybe it's easier to say, sir, that I rolled him onto his left shoulder and onto his back.
Okay, so as we're looking at State 77, you would have rolled him from left to right?
Yes, sir. From the left side of the screen towards the right side of the screen.
Yes, sir. After you rolled his body over onto his back, did you again try to get a pulse?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you do that?
Same carotid area, sir.
And were you able to get a pulse?
No, sir, I was not.
All right. What did you do next?
I breathed for Mr. Martin, or I tried to, sir.
In a CPR technique,
Yes, sir.
do you have training in CPR?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what was your role in that, the CPR attempts on Trayvon Martin?
I was doing breaths, sir.
Did you use any type of mask when you first started CPR with Trayvon Martin?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not?
I did not have it available, sir.
Do your standing operating procedures address whether or not you should use a mask when performing something like CPR on a victim?
Yes, sir.
And what do those standing operating procedures hold?
Our SOP requires that I use universal precautions, which in this case is the mask you're talking about, sir, unless the situations, or I personally decline to do so because the situations are what I consider to be rare and extraordinary.
All right. And did you consider this to be an extraordinary circumstance?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And is that why you put your mouth on Trayvon Martin's mouth to try to breathe for him?
Yes, sir.
Did you later ask for and receive a breathing mask?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did Officer Ayala assist you in performing CPR on Trayvon Martin?
Yes, sir.
And what was Officer Ayala's role?
Initially, he was doing compressions, sir.
Did you hear anything when you were performing CPR on Trayvon Martin?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Bubbling sound, sir.
And what did those bubbling sounds indicate to you?
It meant that either air was getting into or escaping from the chest in a manner that it was not supposed to, sir.
All right. And what did you do upon hearing those bubbling sounds from Trayvon Martin's chest?
I called out to the crowd that was gathering nearby, and I asked for saran wrap and Vaseline, sir.
And what would be the purpose of saran wrap and Vaseline?
I was going to try to seal the chest wound, sir.
Did anybody respond to your request?
Yes, sir.
Was that a civilian?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you describe that person at all?
Yes, sir.
How's that?
I would describe him as an Asian male, sir.
Did you ever get that person's name?
No, sir.
And what did the Asian male give to you to assist?
He gave me a plastic grocery bag, sir.
Do you recall what color it was?
I don't, sir.
What did you do after you were given the grocery bag?
I made the decision to try to seal the exit wound first, sir.
And what steps did you take in that regard?
I lifted Mr. Martin's body into a seated position by placing my right hand behind his head and my left hand in his midsection, and with the assistance of Officer Ayala, raised him to a seated position, sir.
And why were you looking for an exit wound?
It wouldn't have done any good for me to seal the chest wound if I didn't seal the exit wound as well, sir, so I decided to start there.
When you and Officer Ayala sat Trayvon Martin up, did you feel anything in Trayvon Martin's clothing?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I felt a cold can, sir.
And where did you feel the cold can?
In his jersey pocket, sir.
Did the can feel empty or full?
It felt full, sir.
And when you say jersey pocket, describe that for the jury, what you mean.
Like a sweatshirt where you would put your hands into a pocket in the front, sir.
In the center?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know whether or not the can that you felt, do you know whether or not that was in a bag when you felt it?
I do not know, sir.
Did you examine the can in any fashion or remove it from his sweatshirt?
No, sir.
Why not?
It just wasn't on my list of priorities, sir.
All right. Did you find an exit wound to Trayvon Martin's body when you sat him up and searched for one?
No, sir, I did not.
So what did you do next?
I laid him back down on his back, sir.
Did you continue CPR after you laid him down?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was rescue called to that scene?
Yes, sir.
Did they respond?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did rescue take over the CPR efforts after they arrived?
Yes, sir.
What did you see the rescue personnel do to treat or assess Trayvon Martin?
I watched them hook up the leads of the EKG machine to Mr. Martin, sir.
All right. And was Trayvon Martin pronounced dead by rescue at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Were you present for that?
Yes, sir.
After Trayvon Martin was pronounced dead, did you or anyone else put anything over his body?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
I put an emergency blanket over Mr. Martin's body, sir.
And what was the purpose of that?
Well, one, it was respect for the deceased. Two, is to mitigate trauma that witnesses or family members may be exposed to if they arrived on scene. And then three was to preserve any physical evidence on the body, sir.
And when you say to preserve any physical evidence, do you mean in part because of the weather conditions?
Yes, sir.
It was still raining at the time?
Yes, sir.
When you placed the blanket over Trayvon Martin's body, did you move any evidence, to your knowledge, surrounding his body?
Not that I know of, sir.
All right. And while you were at the scene, did you collect or move any evidence yourself?
No, sir.
And why not?
Wasn't my job, sir.
All right. Your Honor, if I could ask that the lights be dimmed one more time. I have a couple of additional photographs. Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 20, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's Mr. Martin's body, sir.
And is that in the way it appeared after he was pronounced dead in your efforts and Officer Ayala's efforts at CPR?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, I'm going to circle an object up here on the left hand of the screen with my red laser. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a CPR mask, sir.
All right, is that the mask we referred to earlier that you were later provided when performing CPR?
Yes, sir, it is.
States 21, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a close-up shot of Trayvon Martin,
Yes, sir, it is.
particularly his face?
Yes, sir.
Again, in the top left-hand corner, is that the breathing mask that you referred to earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. States 28, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It's a gunshot wound, sir.
And States 6, do you recognize that?
It's definitely a picture of the retreat at 10 Lakes, sir. It looks like it's, the orientation is towards the south, sir.
All right. Can you see, despite the rain, can you see the blanket that was covering Trayvon Martin's body in that photograph?
Yeah, I've got it now, sir. I see it.
All right. Would you circle it with your laser pointer? And you're circling an area that's actually behind a raindrop.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then State 7, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
In that photograph, does the blanket in Trayvon Martin's body underneath appear?
Yes, sir.
And again, would you circle that just for the members of the jury? All right. States number 17, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that how Trayvon Martin's body appeared after you placed the medical blanket on top of it?
Yes, sir.
And States 13. There's an evidence marker 3. Does that appear to be like the type of grocery bag or the grocery bag that you received from the Asian male to seal the wound?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you may raise the lights. Thank you. Sergeant Raimondo, did you have any further contact or involvement with the defendant after Trayvon Martin was pronounced dead?
No, sir.
And due to the nature of the call, a gunshot involving a death, were other units called to the scene, such as investigators and crime scene technicians?
Yes, sir.
And did those people respond to the scene?
Yes, sir.
When they responded, did they take over the investigation of the case?
Yes, sir.
And is that standard procedure in a case involving a death?
Yes, sir.
Did that essentially end your involvement with the case?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Cross.
Thank you. I may want to address some of these, can I just do them here, or if I want to use it, just use yours? Afternoon, officer. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing well. You've been involved in law enforcement, did you say 14 years?
17 years total,
17?
sir.
And before that was Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
So yours has been then a life of service since you were late teen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the Marine Corps, did you involve yourself in any military police?
No, sir.
Okay. Started law enforcement then after you came out of the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
And tell me again what you did in order to prepare to become a cop?
I attended the police academy, sir, and I continue with my professional development, and then my academic studies, sir.
I understand your academic studies included getting a degree in criminology.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why did you want to become a cop?
I come from a family of law enforcement officers, sir.
Okay. Any other reason personally why you want to become a law enforcement officer?
Yeah, I think that we all want to make a difference in our communities, sir.
How do you make that difference?
I think that you do what you can when you can, and you just try to influence the audience that you have in front of you.
Has that been rewarding for you?
Very rewarding, sir.
Enjoy doing what you do?
Very much, sir.
I know that there have been, well, with lawyers more than cops, so I'll start with that, but that there are times when you're not as respected as a profession as others might think you should be. Have you heard of those concerns about law enforcement?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. I just didn't know if you had any experience with people not respecting law enforcement as much as you think they should.
Judge, I'm just going to interpose a relevance objection.
What's the relevance?
I'm just talking about his history and law enforcement experience for 17 years being in the Marine Corps. I think it's relevant to see how he's devoted his life as a police officer.
Well, you've already asked that. The question that you've asked that's been objected to is sustained.
Thank you. Intend to continue being a cop, I presume, yes?
I hope so, sir.
Okay. Just to take a moment, if I can work this right, to go back. Your Honor, if you might, dim the lights, please. Start here. I think you've identified the location of retreat view, correct? And if
Yes,
you would,
sir.
just again, if we're looking at that, if you could then identify what that complex is just to the, and for record purposes, we're looking at State's Exhibit 2, the complex as we're looking at the photograph to the left.
Are you talking about here, sir?
Yes, sir. Are you familiar with that subdivision?
I want to say that it's maybe Colonial Town Park. I'm
Colonial?
not sure, sir.
Yes. And what is that?
It's another housing complex, sir.
Okay. Now going a little bit further to the left of that, if you would, that little area that looks almost like it has a couple of ponds in it. Do you know what that is?
I'm not sure we're looking at the same spot, sir. Where, are you talking about in here, sir?
Yes, sir. Is that yet another complex?
Yes, they've changed the name of it, sir, and I don't know what the name change is, but yes, sir, it is another housing area.
Okay. Now let's go to the far left where that little yellow push pin marker is. Do you know that to be the area where the 7-Eleven is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you were driving a car from the 7-Eleven back to Retreat View Circle, which way would you go?
I would go north on Reinhardt, and then I would go east on Oregon, sir.
Would you mind just tracking that with your laser?
I would go north on Reinhardt, and then east on Oregon into the retreat at Twin Lakes, sir.
And if you were walking and wanted to take the quickest route, which way would you go?
I really don't know what the pedestrian areas in that particular area are, sir. So not knowing that, I would probably take the same route on foot.
Okay. Let's focus then your attention to that second subdivision, Colonial, that we talked about. If you would put the laser just right there, and right above that, that one looks like right above it, it looks like a path right there.
Yes, sir.
Do you know that to be a walking path through that area?
I don't know it to be a walking path, sir.
Thank you. And again, this is Retreat View area itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Retreat at Twin Lakes. And I think you identified that you came in what is on the top and sort of came around. Thank you. Now, this is a picture you identified as sort of showing the lighting conditions that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 5. Of course, this photograph is even a touch lighter in the foreground because it has the flash activated, does it not?
Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
So it would actually be as dark in the foreground as it is in the background, but for the flash?
Yes, sir.
And that was the conditions when you got there on scene just moments after the event?
Yes, sir.
Similarly with this, we can see Trayvon Martin's body only because it is illuminated with a flashlight?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, would the body be in a similar darkness as the area outside the focus of the flashlight?
Yes, sir.
Now, this was the condition and the positioning of the body precisely as it was when you first saw it, correct?
Yes, sir. It looks very similar.
It had not been moved yet, correct?
Sir, I don't know when that picture was taken.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way. It was you and Officer Ayala who actually turned the body over for CPR purposes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the feet and the location of the feet, that was the position they were in when you came upon the body?
I really don't know, sir. I mean, Could you be more specific?
I'm just curious, I thought you testified earlier that when you reviewed State's Exhibit 76, you stated that that was the exact position the body was in when you came upon
Yeah,
it.
that is how the body appeared to me when I arrived, sir. I didn't make note of the position of the feet exactly.
Yes, sir. Did you get any information from any other law enforcement officer that the body had been moved at all?
No, sir.
And you were the first person, along with Officer Ayala, to actually move it for CPR purposes?
Yes, sir.
And I think you testified that when you came upon Trayvon Martin's body, you did not hear get a pulse whatsoever?
No, sir.
As best you can tell at that point, he was already deceased?
I'm not qualified to call him deceased, sir, but definitely in need of services.
And this was the body as it was after the attempt at CPR?
Yes, sir.
As we look at the upper clothing part, is that the pouch area in the front was now on his waist that you found what you said was a cold can in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was actually inside that pouch?
Yes, sir.
And I think you identified this as a gunshot wound. Did you actually view this gunshot wound?
Yes, sir.
On the body?
Yes, sir.
Looking for the area to cover up, and I think you said because there was air escaping.
Yes, sir.
Necessary for proper CPR?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, this is a picture with the yellow blanket in the distance, but also a photograph which, without the flash, would have been much darker, correct?
Yes, sir.
The entire area back then was as dark as it is in the background?
Yes, sir.
Similar with this as well?
Yes, sir.
And again, we're looking at State's Exhibit 7. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you know how long Trayvon Martin's body was exposed to the rain before you covered it with a blanket?
No, sir, I don't.
Can you give us an approximation,
Yes, sir, I could.
if you would?
I would estimate it was probably 15 minutes, sir.
Okay. If I might have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions?
Thank
And I
you.
may have misspoke. I may have identified an exhibit as 76 when it was 77, just for record purposes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any redirect?
Just very briefly. Sergeant, addressing that approximate 15-minute period when you arrived until the time that Trayvon Martin's body was covered by you with the blanket, can you describe for the jury the nature or intensity of the rainfall? Was it a light rain? Was it a driving rain, a downpour, or what?
As I recall, sir, it was just drizzling.
Thank you, sir. No, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. May Sergeant Raimondo be excused?
He may.
Okay, thank you very much. You may be excused. Please call your next witness.
Diana Smith.